Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, October the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Sorry. Okay, guys, you got hear me in YouTube, I know. Sorry, guys, I forgot to put on my mic in the main room. So welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, October 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading rooms. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me and see my screen in the main room. Maybe somebody in YouTube can do the same thing for me. Just want to make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen in YouTube. Okay. Well, there's a ton happening. I guess there's never too much, but here are my gap ups, guys. Completely and utterly full. A few gap downs, and that's it. So let's talk about a few of them. Coot. Jeez. I wonder who thought that would be a good symbol name. Anyway, Coot. So I guess there's something to do with China and cooking oil or something like that. So cooking oil stocks are going a little bit crazy today. Okay, so there's Coot and Aussie. This is from your land, Australian oil seeds. So this has gone crazy this morning. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. The interesting one I find though is seed because this is out of China. Well, it appears to be out of China, and yeah, it is going crazy. It's going crazy also. So this is what I'm talking about. Shares of agriculture, cooking oil, and soybean linked stocks are trading higher after President Trump says U.S. is considering terminating business with China related to cooking oil. Last time I looked, seed was a China stock, but anyway, the biggest one right now is Coot. Another one is SDOT. SDOT. Same sector. And meanwhile, Omer is going bananas. Yes, I saw that post by Monica regarding Novo entering into an asset purchase license agreement. Let's see. What are they getting up front? What are they actually getting up front? A lot of times they'll say exactly what they're getting up front, and then they've got futures. So this says it's eligible to receive up to 340 million upfront. Eligible doesn't say they've got it, and up to a total of 2.1 billion potential development, etc. A lot of times though they say there is an absolute amount that they have. It's not a matter of they're eligible. Anyway, that's the deal. Omer, Novo, and Omer's going crazy at some point. I mean, oh wow! In fact, I don't know if I'm right. I thought I saw that Omer at Interactive Brokers had over 1 million shares to short, and now there's 786,000. No, I may be wrong. I may be wrong because that means 500,000 shares got picked up in the last little while, but I may be wrong. At any rate, if this runs out of steam, 1180, there's a high right there in the weekly chart, which is 1178. Next high in the weekly chart is 1356. So still has room to run if it wants to on the weekly chart. Not saying it's going to get there, of course. Yeah, a little boom dia to you there, Carlos. Sir, well, first of all, let me keep going on these ones. GNPX. Oh, that's why I don't talk about these. Excuse me, for those of you who don't mind trading stocks under a dollar, though, this is big move, a lot of volume. I wonder why. Let's see. Following new cancer therapy data. That was after hours, guys. So that information came out after hours. You can see the mauve area in my 15-minute chart. That is the after hours action and continuing this morning. And that is for GNPX. PFAI. Again, another one of these cooking oil stocks. Yeah, Pinnacle Food Group. PFAI. Very VERI. Now, the only reason I could find for this one is that Boral, the old EF Hutton, is maintaining them with a $25 per share price target. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course, but that is the reason, I guess, for the pop for VERI. If anybody else is Okay, so this is probably more the reason. Okay, they're they're forecasting. They're not making money, but they're forecasting a smaller than expected Q3 loss. They don't release earnings, according to us anyway, until November, November 6th. Omer continues. My goodness, information about TE. I see it here. See, it's up 29%. Let's see if there's any news on it. T1 Energy. Yeah, this is the news we've got. This is today. Next tracker to supply TI Energy or T1, sorry, T1 Energy with solar panel frames. That's the news on it. That's the news on it. No, all what I'm showing you here, guys, is black screen. This is all from Interactive Brokers. Okay, now it doesn't mean that there's no information in our news tab, but I wouldn't rely on it. Okay, I mean, in this case, it was there. Also, the next tracker at TI announced, so it is there. But I basically rely on my Interactive Brokers headline news. Okay, I'm not saying you won't find it here, but that's what I rely on. Interactive Brokers. For instance, let's see if the COOT is here. Oops. Yeah. So, for instance, yeah. So that information about the potential China ban on cooking oils not in our news. So I only use our news generally to see news that's happened previous days, but not the day of. A lot of times you will see it if it's an earnings play. We'll see the news if it's an earnings play. But if you're looking for more, I would rely on something else. All right, let's take a look. True, TRUE. So that just resumed trading. I guess it must have been halted. Oh, it's being acquired. So it's being acquired for $227 million. Okay, 255 a share. So forget about it. And it's an acquisition. Dragonfly, guys, not the dragonfly, but the dragonfly, the mythical the mythical creature. This granted a patent allowance for advanced battery communication technology. So that's a big pop, 35%. Next high looking left. Pretty close, actually, 229. Omer. No, here's another one. Let's see what this one is doing. There's so much happening this morning. ENVX only up 4.8%. The high yesterday was around 1372. So a little bit close. How long has this trade room been available? I'm glad you asked that question, 161. A little over my 10th anniversary doing this. Started in October of 2015, like this, sharing my screen and live on the mic. Okay. Now, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. COOT is not shortable. I'm always interested to see some of these things that go just insanely parabolic. At some point, they can obviously start to give it up a bit. I always check to see whether or not I have shorts available at my broker, who is Interactive Brokers. Just because I don't have them doesn't mean you don't. I'm not saying to short this. I'm just curious always. Yeah, load is of course load is a gold play. Obviously, gold another new high, I guess. The mother lode. Gold ore and silver mining. I don't know if there's any specific news on it other than the fact it's in the right sector. Okay, let's see anything else. RKDA, RKDA. This is another one, guys. That is, I guess, part of this. Well, food manufacturing. So anything to do with cooking oils or soybean or something like that is getting a pop today. So there's RKDA. Next high looking left is 671. All right, running out of steam a little bit now, the Omer. It's always a challenge, though, to try to pick a top on these ones. Now, this, it's not a low float. I mean, it's not high. It's only, but it has 60 million in the float. Certainly not a high float, but it's not one of the crazy low ones that we see, under a million shares. So that is a tremendous move, of course, 188%. But if you'd had the, whatever's 1331, very, very, very challenging to trying to find a top unless you can see some major resistance point. And even then, it doesn't mean it's going to resist. That was the day. Yeah, my favorite day yesterday, John. You're absolutely right. The gap down, and then usually I only look for maybe hope for maybe an hour and a half recovery, but that recovered all day. Speaking of recovery, so now we're up another probably not quite an all-time high. Now, of course, we don't count the pre-market these for all-time highs and all. No, okay, sorry, 673. So that was a few days ago. That's the all-time high up here. But above the high of yesterday now. And when I say above the high, I'm talking about the SPY. That's how I track the overall market. That's what I use. You don't have to use the same thing, but that's what I use. ZGM, the Zenta Group. Let's see, what are they doing? And yeah, to me, there's just too much resistance on the way up. Serve a little bit of room to 18. Okay, for serve right now, taking out the high of the last couple of days. Yeah, it's a big short float. You're right. Big short float, 20% short. Well, that high right here on the weekly chart is 1178. So it got way above that, but right now that's where it's kind of sitting. That high right there, and that high right there is 1359, and it did not get quite there. Okay, so it's sort of stuck in between that high and that high in the weekly chart. Okay, now the Dow was up. We had a bit of a disconnect in the market yesterday. Actually, the Dow was up a couple hundred points. Qs were down. SPY was basically flat. It recovered all day, got to basically flat after being down about 10 points early in the morning. So let's take. I want to always like to take a look at energy, XLE, and okay, creeping back towards the 200-day moving average, that green line you see on my chart. XLV should still be above. Yeah, healthcare is still above. The other one that was below is Staples XLP. Even XLP has got a bit of a charge yesterday. Still, quite a bit below the 200-day, but so there are still two major sectors below the 200-day moving average. And that is XLE and XLP, but at least they are within sight. Well, some of the quants are anyway. JTB, I saw earlier. QUBT running. It's almost at yesterday's high. But well, I forgot to mention the nukes. The nukes are going crazy. Well, no, I didn't forget. I remember I popped this up here. U.S. Army launches the Janus program for nuclear micro reactors. Isn't Janus two faced? But look at SMR, cheaper one. They're all up. But Lightbridge, LTBR, they're all up. This is the one that I think started it all, but it's lagged now behind. Whoops. Okay, this happens every now and then. See if I have to, normally what I have to do is just do a reset a couple of times. It's not every top list I've got. There we go. Actually, it's only, there we go. Okay. So if that happens, guys, just go to your account and click on reset a few times. Happens every now and then. There's no panic. GWH, this was a big one from yesterday, and it is, see if there's any news on this one. I wanted to see if there's maybe a financing. Well, Arthur, that has happened. That happens to me every now and then, regardless of what version I'm on. That the top list added. It's only for seconds usually. You just have to do a reset. So I wouldn't blame it completely on the new version, because it's happened for many years. Every now and then, PL guys, Planet Labs, the one that's a little bit on the move here. Planet Labs. Now, guys, look at that. Omer's right back up. Omer right back up. So yeah, I mean, if it challenges this again, so now it's above that 1175, and there's your next high is 1357. Got up to again 1324 in the pre-market. So yeah, it was a nice short for a while. That's why it's very challenging when they look. Just because they look like they're over doesn't necessarily mean they are. All right, Coot. Yeah, not shortable for me, as I said before. At least not now. Maybe some will become available later. Again, that is from Interactive Brokers. That tells me how many shorts are available at any given time for a stock. Just taking a look at Bitcoin, guys. So Bitcoin is still hanging a little bit above the 110,000 mark. So what did Bitcoin do yesterday? So it got down to six. This is IBIT. Of course, I'm just using IBIT as a way to trade Bitcoin. But so 62. So still below the close of yesterday. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. A little late, but it is shortable. Let's see what happens here. I mean, 559 is the the low of a couple of days ago. So this was a huge one 2 days ago, and then it started giving it up yesterday and continuing now. You know what's starting to move down here, guys, is CRML. Only reason I know I have this on thumbnail from yesterday, CRML, critical metals starting to move down. And I actually saw USAR was down too, USAR. But this one is, yeah, I mean, look at this. 2469 is the low of yesterday. Let's see if that holds it. If it gets there, even anywhere close to it. So what I'll do is I'll put a price alert a little bit above that, see if it gets close to that level. But yeah, USAR was also down, USAR. So the critical metals may be taking a break today, letting the nukes take over for a while today. I didn't see anybody in YouTube. Am I on mute? No, I'm not. Somebody in YouTube, let me know if you can hear me, please, and see my screen. I did not see any response. Forgot to look. Okay, thank you very much, Mohammed. Thank you very much. In our YouTube room. Well, I'll put my CRML alert just a little bit above yesterday's low, I think, just to see if it gets there. There's the low of yesterday. I want to see if it gets there, if that holds it, or if it so just a little bit above it. And now if it takes it out, then of course the next low is way down here. So that's all. Now, thanks, Rush. Just to let me know if it's getting close to yesterday's low. That's all. But USAR, yeah, USAR, where are you? Same thing. There's yesterday's low. Not as dramatic as a CRML though. If it takes this out, yesterday's low. Dramatic meaning there's a ton of room underneath for CRML. But again, this might be just a rest, with these rare earth stocks. Bjorn is saying that CSAI, is this an earnings play today? I don't see it as an earnings play today, but so when did you see that news? I see this right here. It says year to date signed contracts will reach 4 points. So it's not quite an earnings play, but they're sort of prepping the market. That's the CSAI. Yeah, so there could be some resistance. You know what? I did see this one in the pre-market. I looked at it and I thought, well, these little areas on the way up could stall. Could stall. They don't have to stall, but on the weekly chart, it paints a different picture, doesn't it? Take a look at it on a weekly chart. Yeah, not really for me. I mean, I look left and I see like 180, 190 could still be some resistance which is not that far away. Then you've got a bunch of stuff happening at 2. So, I mean, listen, am I ripped just because of that? You may not care about all these little areas where it could stall. Thank you, Obi. Mm. Ooh, it's 925, guys. Nobody told me. Okay, I've got to save my layout. Okay, now I'm going to get my 9:30 layout up and running. Okay, give me a moment just as I readjust these. Okay, so this is the layout I use once 9:30 occurs, which is about 3 minutes from now. This is still the same. The pre-market actives up, except just limited to the top six as opposed to the top 15. Still don't understand why seed is up. Well, they did have some specific news. Okay, so re-enters the Northeast China with okay. Well, guys, the Omer is now starting to drift. May not be over though. There's the VWAP. Okay, so I'd be paying attention to the VWAP here. The VWAP is around 1040 or so, 1050 or so. Let's see how close it gets. Will the VWAP act as support? No guarantee, of course, but I think it's probably the second most known and used technical indicator after the 200-day moving average. I think it is anyway. There's the 200-day down here for Omer, just shot right through it. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. You don't have to. So if you go to your file and then do a search and search on SLB, okay, SLB, Stan. So do a search. Go to file and then do your search in Interactive Brokers and just type in SLB, and that'll bring up this window. Yeah, QBTS is definitely up. All right, guys, we've got about 15 seconds, so let's have a great trading day, everybody. All right, so these are the races starting right now. This is what I really am watching now, the races, these races. Omer is starting. There's that VWAP, guys. Let's see if it holds. Excuse me. All right, something went down the wrong pipe. So keep an eye on this Omer, guys. There is that red line, that purple line is the VWAP. Let's see if it holds, acts as support. Again, it had news, big news. Now look at the CRML, came right back up. Fossil is was an earnings play a little while ago. FOS, I think. I may be wrong. No, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. It was another stock I was thinking of. But there's Fossil FOSL popping right now. Now, interesting bar on the SPY to start, and a little bit of a decline before the market opened, and we're getting well. Now it's turned blue. There's the VWAP now for the SPY, guys. Will that hold it? Act as support. Wow, look at Fossil on the move here, guys. Wasn't really that active in the pre-market, but it is on the move now. FOSL. There's the S dot. We talked about that in the pre-market. S dot. Now here's one that's below the VWAP. 13 around 14 is the VWAP. That's far enough away. Oscar. Whoa, this got was Omer halted? No, this was halted. APLM was halted. APLM is halted right now. Whoa, this could be an interesting one. Apolomix, what do they do? Clinical stage biotech company, but are they getting into a crypto? That's pretty cool. So they're reversing their wind up plans. I guess they were going to be winding up, but now they're providing an operational update. All right. But that must have. I mean, this has been. I haven't seen this one. I don't think I've seen this one at all. Ah, I'm going to say Guten Tag. I know it's morning. I know Guten Morgen is morning, but it can't be. It's not morning for you, Tariq. Oh, good morning. We have another Carlos. You have a countryman in the room with you. So yeah, this APLM. So this has been on the move. I don't really recall seeing this one. Probably the volume was too low, but it's been on the move for a while now. And there's the halt. So this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the stock, APLM. There's the halt price, 2171. This column showing you where it could open. Usually they are 5-minute halts. Oh, nice. Oh, wow. There's your unicorn all-time high now, Pepe, in US dollars. Brother. Okay, guys. So keeping an eye on this market, I want to see can this buy get above the VWAP again? Okay, so it's just time and sales. Okay, it's time and sales from Interactive Brokers 161. This is just time and sales. Okay, so if I click on APLM again, okay, it's just time and sales, Interactive Brokers. So this is what I use all day long for time and sales, but it also shows, when a stock is halted, you get it in the red, and then that column is showing you where it could open. Okay, so it's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay. Um, I want to follow my small gap breakout a little bit. There were some really excellent ones from it yesterday. Look at SMR, guys. Look at SMR. Nukes wild today. Look at SMR, just rippage now. Again, this is your government, your U.S. Army. I'm in Canada. I'm in Canada, so that's why I say your government. U.S. Army launches the Janus program for nuclear micro reactor. So this is exactly the sector: SMR, OKLO, NNE, LTBR. What's the other one? Is it RGTI? No, RGTI is a quant, isn't it? Yeah, RGTI is a quant. All right, guys. Now there's Coot. Coot is making a high here. Now no, okay, it's leading a race. I'm going to go over the races in a bit. Time is it now? 9:37. So around 10 o'clock, I'm going to go over these races. At least this race right here. I'm going to show you all the information you can have on my own page, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, so stick around for that. Look at this CRML now. You talk about choppy action. Look at that. I mean, it popped all the way up to 28 and right back down to 25.70. From yesterday. This is the one that was not available at Interact. Now it's interesting. There are shorts available, Interactive Brokers, but my guess is I can't do it. We couldn't buy this one. There's some stocks are being blocked at Interactive Brokers and some other brokerages. The ability to buy, yeah. But this it does. My guess is that even though they say there are 24,000 shares available, my guess is that they will not allow me to short it. Yeah, guys. Well, there's Omer now. I think Omer is. It's not showing up anywhere here now. So Omer, right at the VWAP. Look at that, guys. Right at the VWAP now. So will it hold it? Will the VWAP hold it as act as support? Right on it. Now, obviously, if it doesn't hold it for a while anyway, I mean, there's a lot of room underneath. Okay, guy. Wow, too fast. Way too fast. There's no way in the world. I think this is. I'll just tell you now. This is an AI alert, 11:25. But I think that went way quickly to get anywhere close to 11:25. Now let's see if it pulls back a bit. Yeah, so let's take a look at this EVAX. The float is probably pretty low float, 6 million in the float out of Denmark. Okay, Danish stock. Guys, keep an eye on Cisco here. This got a lot, has a lot of room. They showed them on well, not a lot of room. Yeah, actually, a lot, not as much as I thought. It looks like a lot of room, but it's only $1, a little over $1 for approximately a $70 stock. So there's not the percentage move that I would want if I took this trade. So, well, definitely some pretty choppy action at the first. What are we now? First 15 minutes almost. So now we're through the VWAP again for the SPY. Tons and tons of halts and resumes. Yeah, this is one that I probably. I mean that went so rapidly from the alert on the AI, and now look at it. Now I am going to look at a re-entry on this one. It would have to get to about 1070. All I'm doing, I'm looking at the halfway between the original alert price and the stop, and that's about 1070. No, you mentioned this Honda. This is a Honda, not Honda, but HOND. Obi mentioned this one. Yeah, it's a very it's a SPAC, been very active. Well, guys, there's a CRML. There is a CRML at this level here. Now I'll put a price alert at 2470 just to see if it takes out the low. I mean, I think this is probably just a breather, for these stocks. MP, I think it's probably doing the same thing. All these, uh, yeah. I mean, I think this is just a breather, guys. Nothing wrong with the sector or anything like that, but money is floating into the nukes. I've been talking about BTDR. Yeah, no kidding. This is cryptocurrency. I know. I'm trying to. Is there any news on this one? Target raised to $50 by Cantor Fitzgerald. Okay, I guess that's the news. Anybody else? Bitcore. Ah, here we go. This is the reason, really, soaring on AI shift. So plans to expand its AI. So not just a Bitcoin player, I guess. So that's your news for BTDR. Now, okay, now look at this market, man. There were shorts available. There were shorts available for me for this PXLW at Interactive Brokers. So this is a classic. Look at the reentry. If you got our AI guys, please have this column, okay? The reentry price, reentry time and price, okay? The reason why is that, yeah, it hit the stop. You know, it was very, very quickly hit the stop. The alert time was at 9:40. Got stopped out literally at 9:41, and then reentry price was at 9:42, and from 11:14, it's now 9:68. So if you don't have that reentry column, please do. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, if you have our premium service, just ask me, okay? Yeah, there were three: a reentry time, reentry price, and if you want the stop, the new stop, there is all of those. Yeah, L. Just have to right click on your strategy trades all and go down to columns in alphabetical order. Okay, just scroll down and here they are. No, you can't see it now. There we are. Just scroll down and reentry price. If you want to put the new stop in and reentry time, okay, right here. And all you have to do is just left click, highlight it, and then left arrow it over, and then you'll see it as a column. Okay. The stop price in AI is a sort of a, or the AI, it's generated from the how can I explain this? From the strategy itself. Okay. The smart stop has got nothing to do with that. The smart stop is just if you click on a symbol, like let me click on NVTS. Okay. So what it's saying now, I don't have these activated, but let me just, man, there's a lot happening. Give me a moment. I want to get okay, so this is how the smart stop works. It's just a guide, okay? It is just a guide. The smart stop is for every other stock that is not an AI generated from our AI, okay? So if I click on an EVAX right now, well, it happens to be an AI play. So let me go to another one, PFAI. If I click on PFAI right now, what they're saying, a suggestion, is just a suggestion. If you took the trade right now at 376, your stop is right down there. I wish it was easier to see, but it looks like around 350. Okay. That it's automatically generated. And it's basically taking a look at the volatility of 15-minute candles, the high and the low of the day, and it feeds that into the system. And so every time you click on a symbol, you will have a smart stop level. Again, it's a guide. You don't have to use it, but it is a guide. If you're starting out new, a person starting out new, yeah, it might be something you want to at least be aware of. Or is it half ATR? I don't know. They used to have another definition of it, but well, Yael, this is here. Are you a premium subscriber? Are you a premium subscriber? Then you should have this window up and running. Okay. All you have to do, click on new from the toolbar. Click on new from the toolbar, and then I have three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. That one. This is what you're going to see. The other thing I would do is get rid of More than likely, the default is only to see the profitable trades. No, you don't want to do that. You want to see them all day long. Sometimes they set up underneath the alert price and set up in a better way, even. Okay, so I would uncheck that. Use it like a watch list all day long. But that's what you want. That's how I look at it anyway. You can go like if you go to the AI channel, it's way too complicated in my opinion. You got too much coming at you. Oh boy. All right, guys. I am now. Let's take a look at what time is it now? 9:52. So I'm going to go over this. I'm going to go over this race right in a lot of detail in about 5 minutes or so. But I'm also going to show you the other scans that I am sharing. Okay. So stick around for that. It's all on my homepage. And I just checked the promo code. It's still alive. Don't tell anybody. They usually, sometimes it is available. The end of for another day. Okay, guys. So you know what? I'm going to do it now. 9:53. I'm waiting on a couple of things to happen. I'm just I have some thumbnail charts. My other monitor. Guys, look at Omer. Look at Omer now. Omer is nowhere to be found here. I should take a look at this SPRC though. Also, I've seen this one all morning. SPRC. Yeah. So the next high looking left, 488, a little too close. Okay, just give me a moment. 161, and I'm going to get my homepage up and running, or so I'll display for you anyway. Yeah, Omer is trying to hold 10, guys. It looks like it's trying to hold 10. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So this is what I was saying at the very top here. We have these three promo codes. So you have to listen carefully. I checked this morning. They still appear to be active. So if you want to take out a premium annual subscription, you got to really know you want the product, right? But you'll get 30% off. If you want to take out a premium monthly, you'll get 22% off. That's the first month only. And if you want to take out a standard monthly or a standard annual, you'll get 15% off the first month only or 15% off the entire year of a standard. So these are the three promo codes we have running right now. Supposedly they were ending last night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, but I checked this morning and at least this one is, I know this one is still active. Now, a couple of things. People who are in YouTube, if you want to come into a room that's quite a bit more active, you can do that. Click on my homepage link and you see trading room. So I know it's a little confusing sometimes, but I moderate a YouTube room and also what I call the main room. A lot more action in the main room. A lot more traders are here. But if you want to stay in YouTube, that's fine. Also, if you have to have a link to get into the room every day, even if this is, so you may as well just save, people might as well just save my homepage and then they can come into the trading room. All I ask is if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. It helps to keep the room free. The company tracks the promo codes. They see enough people using my code, they'll keep the rooms free. Okay. Omer, guys, Omer, trying to hold 10. OMER, trying to hold 10. Scroll down a bit and you'll see, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And there was no trade this week. Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, he's the originator of the trades of the week. He said, you know what? Couldn't find a single stock. So he said, keep in cash. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? There's the Omer, guys. Now, this is now coming into the VWAP underneath. Will that act as resistance on the way up? Notice it did not act as support on the way down for a while anyway. Will that VWAP act as resistance on the way up? Or will it burst through and just keep going? Now, if you take out a subscription and you've clicked on my homepage link, first thing you must do, click on the more info. Before I keep going on the more info, I just want to guide you to the user guide. Click on the Trade Ideas user guide, and there's a section, because I'm going to talk about this at length. There's a section called TI Stock Racing. Now, like any other user guide, there's a lot in here. You don't have to learn everything, but I'm going to go over this race. But I just want to show you, this is the guide to set up your own race with your own set of parameters called TI Stock Race, okay? That's in our user guide. Now, you take out a subscription, first thing mandatory you do, 12 short videos that will get you started with Trade Ideas. It will not make you an expert, but it'll at least get you to understand what the difference between an alert window is and a top list window and other aspects of the program. If you don't have Trade Ideas right now, what I would do is I would start with the second video. Again, they're very short, and run through them. And that should give you enough of an idea, or enough of an idea if you want to take the program, at least for a month. Okay. I mean, it may not be what you want, but you'll never know unless you maybe go through some of these videos and just sort of see, oh, okay, this is what it can do. All right. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is a free series of videos, 15 of them. Okay. Free series of videos if you're new to trading. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to have access to this. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, okay, you've clicked on my homepage link, you'll be at the top here, and here are my scans. So before I take a look, show you my scans that I'm currently sharing, should welcome anybody who's new to this room. Welcome to the room. Two rooms. Yeah, there's a Yahoo room, YouTube room, and then what I call the main room. So please listen carefully. The main room is open at around 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. That's the main room. YouTube, I try to open sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. And I get on the mic, both rooms, at 9 o'clock. So why so late? Because I'm in Vancouver, Canada. And so 6:45 Eastern time, that'd be 3:45 my time. So that's why I'm not doing it. But Obi in the main room, that's what he does virtually every day. Now, I usually go to, and it all depends on you guys. You ask me questions, I'll hang around for as long as I have questions. But around 2 o'clock Eastern time, I start thinking about leaving. Okay, but I'll stick around if you've got questions. But even when I leave, William, typically in the main room, will keep the room open between 3:30 and 3:45. Doesn't have to, but we'll know. He'll let us know. Okay. So on a big day, and in fact, when we get right into earnings season, William many times will keep the room open until 4, and sometimes Obi will keep it open later. So on a big day, the main room can be open from 6:45 a.m. to 4 o'clock Eastern time, of course. Okay. Now it's a trading room, but it's a support room also. So if you do have questions, about the product, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Don't think that you're interrupting me. If it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to help you, but I can direct you to the people who can. Okay. So my scans. So these are the ones that I am. These are the ones that I'm sharing. So this is what you can see. The biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. These two races, I don't have them on my homepage. I can give them to you if you want. I'll sort of show you what the differences are. Pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. The halts resumes is over here. Okay. I do have 3 other scans that I do not have up and running, but you can take a look at. The momentum scan, the gap scan, and then the Pepe combo scan. Okay. So let me go over the biggest gainers from the start of the race and why I think racing is a really great feature from Trade Ideas, not just for new traders, but for, even if you have a lot of trading experience, it automatically creates a watch list for you, okay, that you can take a look at all day long. So let me talk about this race in a little more detail. So now remember, everything I'm saying is customizable. I'm running a 4-minute race. You can run whatever time frame you want. You don't have to run what I do, but I'm running a 4-minute race. And the race starts about half a minute before or after that 4 minutes, 3 minutes and 30 seconds, it'll start. Imagine my analogy is at Le Mans as the cars are revving up, and then boom. So at 30 seconds, then the race really starts. So these percentages that you see here, here's EVAX right now. That percentage you see here at 2% as we speak. That means that since the race started, EVAX has moved 2%. That's what that number means. So if I click on it, let's see what EVAX is doing. Probably a little bit of a move. Yeah, a little bit of a move, as you can see. But notice now that SPRC now is at the top. So it's like any other race, okay? These stocks are going to jockey for position. Eventually, at the end of the race, at the end of 4 minutes, there will be a winner. And what happens is the winners get accumulated here in this watch list. And they're made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Now, surprising to me right now, what that number you see beside the symbol, that's the number of times a stock has won a race. Sometimes you're going to see stocks that have won race over and over and over again all day long. And so you could see, 10, 12, sometimes 20, even 30. Right now, no stock has won more than one race. Okay. But eventually there will be a top 10 list that is created automatically for you. Okay. So this is how I would use the race. A couple things. You don't have to wait, number one, for a race to be over in order for you to click on a stock. If you see a stock at the top, remember now, there's still 1 minute, 30 seconds left. If you see a stock at the top, click on it. See what is happening. This may be setting up for your style of trading. These stocks are not necessarily at the high of the day. These could be stocks that have pulled back and then they're starting to move. Here's SOGP now, 4% move. It's a big move. Obviously, SOGP. Yeah, I mean, you can just remember this is a 2-minute candle, so that's a pretty big move for an $18 stock. So what I would also do is if you see a stock in this list, click on it, see what's happening. You don't have to wait for it to be at the top. If you see anything in this list, I think Shady's in very, so it's doing well, very well. $25 price target put on it by Borat. Not Borat. I knew I was going to say that one day, Boral. So that's what I mean. So you just click on anything you see in here, click on it. If a stock has won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. It may be setting up. For instance, I've talked about the Omer. If Omer has not won a race, but let me see if I can find another one. Here's the S dot. Yeah, I mean, these are now underneath the VWAP, but imagine if S dot was up here above the VWAP and it was the VWAP was sort of holding and then it was moving off it, Now this may sometimes, I mean, if you see these, you may want to short them. It's up to you. You have to have some kind of a trading style. So you can see now that SOGP has won two races. So notice the big difference between these two races. I'll go over this one too, but the percentage moves you see in this race here, in this biggest gainers from the start of the race, usually is going to be way more than the percentage moves in this one, and I'll explain why. So, if you've been listening to this for the first time, or still quite new to all this, your question really should be, well, why are these stocks showing up? Like, what makes them special in this list? Why are they showing up? So, if I right click the race and open the top list, all races start from a top list window. Notice if I right click on the top list, launch real time stock race. So, why are these stocks showing up here though? Because I've created this top list. This is with my set of parameters that I want to see. So, if I right click on it and click on configure, and then click on summary, this is telling me what this top list window is looking for. So if the stock, as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, the volume has to be at least 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, we're going to see it. Okay. And the only other thing I've done is I've limited it to the top 50 stocks. You don't have to do the same thing, but that's what I've done. So this list, I mean, that's probably 50 stocks right there. Well, whatever it is, I would say for sure, because I'm looking down here. Remember, the stock has to be up at least 2%. So this is right at the bottom here at 5.8%. So the reason a person would have used a top list, and you can still use a top list in this fashion, but before we had races, if you had a column header, you could sort on any column header you had. So for instance, C% means the change from yesterday's close. O% is the change from today's open, things like that. Okay, you could sort by left clicking, double left clicking on the icon, and that'll sort it. So that's what I've done here. I've sorted on the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. There's Very right up here, up 71%, SOGP 58%, etc., all the way down this list. Now, I know I say this every day, but just because a stock is up 71% doesn't mean it can't go higher. Okay, so I wouldn't discount the fact that a stock is already. Sometimes we see stocks that are up 300%. They could keep moving, but a lot of people would rather. They don't care. They don't say, "Well, yeah, I want to find the stock that might be not up the most today necessarily. Maybe it's starting to make a move." Well, that's what a race can do for you. The race doesn't care. Excuse me, if a stock is up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is, since the race started, what stock is moving the most in this list of stocks. That's all it cares about. Excuse me. So it could be some stock down here, APLT, right now APLT is up 6.3% from yesterday's close. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it started to move? It's up 8%, 10%, 12%, moving up this list of stocks. How would you know that? What are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks and try to find the one that is moving? Well, you don't have to do that, because that's what the race does. Remember, the race doesn't care where the stock is in this list of stocks. Now, granted, stocks that are up here are probably going to be more prominent in the race, because these are super active stocks all day long. But a lot of times you'll see something that is coming out of nowhere. Click on it, see what's happening. So hopefully this is starting to make sense, because this is my top list window with my set of parameters that I like to see. You could have a completely different set of parameters that you want to see. For instance, you might want to see a different price range. Maybe you want something with more or less volume. Maybe it doesn't have to be up 2% from yesterday's close. Maybe you have filters that you would like to add. This is up to you. The top list, of course, is customizable, therefore making your race customizable. Okay. And that's why it's in the guide, in our guide, and in the section called TI Stock Racing. So this race here, now this is a fabulous race if you have, some trading experience, because these can be very, very volatile. Okay. So you have to understand that these are very volatile stocks. Volatile meaning, the stock can move up and down very quickly. And mainly because, well, I'll show you why here. See this ADM, it's up 0.34%. Typically, you're just not going to get big percentage moves here. Doesn't mean this is bad to trade though. Let's take a look at, look at AI. Well, I'll take a look at ADM because this is in that sector, the seed sector, that is very active today. It's up 4%. It's a big move. 476 million in the float to be up 4%. That's a pretty darn big move. Notice that stocks typically like this will have a more orderly. Now, at the beginning it was a little jumpy, but a more orderly move. You don't generally, especially after, 10 o'clock or so, you're not generally going to see stocks that are so volatile. Why? Well, this is what I've done in this particular top list. And you can see right off the bat, hardly not as many stocks meeting the filter requirements that I've got in this top list. What are those requirements? Well, again, this is for me. So this time, if the stock is between 10 and $70, and there's no magic about that, okay? This is just what I've chosen. You can have whatever price range you want. The volume is 200,000 shares still, at least 2% up from yesterday's close. So I've added market cap. It has to be at least a 500 million market cap and 50 million minimum float. Those two filters are not in here. That's why you can see some really, wild percentage moves. The other reason why there's not as many stocks is because this icon right there is the position in days range. I want to see stocks near the high of the day. That's just what I want to see. So, for instance, if that number I've got here in the min column was 100, that would mean the stock is basically right at the high of the day. So at 95, it's very close. That's why you don't see as many stocks in here. Now, understand also the list of stocks you see here right now, that's current, but stocks can drop off, more new stocks can come in because sometimes, stocks, especially this filter here, if a stock all of a sudden is not as close to the high of the day, then it won't meet this filter requirement. All the other requirements are going to be met more than likely. So this is the main reason why stocks come in and out. Okay, it's because stocks either are getting closer to the high of the day or they're dropping further away. But you can see just as we've been speaking, how this list has expanded, but it could decrease too. Same thing here. Stocks fall in and out. So again, you could create your own large cap. Maybe you look at this and say, well, 500 million market cap, that's not that big. Fine. You want to use a billion or whatever number that is, go ahead. Up to you. And then this race here, this is just sort of the reverse of this. Same sort of filters are in place. And these are stocks that are moving down. Okay. Yeah. So Seed had news on its own. Okay. I thought it was strange to me that it was moving because it is a China seed company. So this Omer is really interesting. So as far as learning about Holly, okay, this is what I would do. Okay, click on new, 161. Click on new from the toolbar, and this is how I would watch the Holly AI alerts today. Okay, hopefully you can see what I'm doing. I would click. I have three that start off with Premium AI. Click the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Okay, so if you do that, this is what you should see. Something, I mean, you might have different column headers and all that, but this is what you should see, a box that looks like that. So let me know if you're able to do that. That's the first step. So let me know if you're able to get that box up and okay. So again, just click on from the toolbar, click on new, and then the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Okay. I'm pointing right at it. Hopefully you can see my screen. Yes, no. Well, it could go either way, Mike. I mean, it's still hanging around 10. Okay, it's really pretty simple. Just click on new from the toolbar. Click on new from the toolbar, and then if you see what I'm pointing at, Premium AI Strategy Trades window. There, I have three that start off with Premium AI. The middle one, just click on it. Okay. Okay. So now you should have a screen that looks something like this. The next step I would do, okay, is in the filter section. It's possible that profitable trades is checked. Uncheck it. I am company won't listen to me. But uncheck it. You should want. I would want to see all the alerts all along, regardless of whether they're profitable or not. Okay. The reason being is that this is like a watch list, and they can set up at different areas, different times of the day. Okay, so uncheck that. The next thing I would do. So you should be there now. Now these are all the original alerts for the day. Next thing I would do is make sure you add this column here at least the reentry price. And how to do that is if you right click in the body of this, click on columns. So just right click, box pops up, click on columns, scroll down, and then you see where it says reentry price. At least get that one. You know you can get them all if you want reentry time, but all you so if you left click on the reentry price, it'll highlight it, okay, and then left arrow it over, and then when you do that, it'll show up in this column if it's not already there. Okay, and then you'll have that reentry price because what happens is sometimes the stock gets stopped out, but you're given another opportunity to get into the trade at a different price. Now, how to use it? Now that'll be up to you. Okay. So when I say that, I mean it's not that you take every. I mean you have to have some trading experience. So if you get an alert and you click on it and you look at the charts, is it setting up the way you like to trade? That'll have to be up to you. I would. Let's see, what is this one doing? See, obviously, this one worked fabulously well on a reentry price. They don't all work, but we had a reentry price of to short this PXLW at 11:14. It got stopped out within 1 minute. Then you had a reentry here at 11:14, and so if you took that short at 11:14, I mean you're up even more than 19.8% because that percentage is calculated from the original entry price. Of course, this is a short, so but how you trade, I use it like a watch list. Okay, there's no there's no guide now that's going to say, okay, when you get this alert, this is what you have to do. But that's the screen that I would look at, And the other thing is that nothing happens till at least 9:40, okay? So what I would do is I would take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout, okay? So when you have a layout, incorporate it. So you don't have to do this every day. You don't have to load this screen every day. As long as you load trade ideas, well, at least before 9:40 Eastern time, this window will be blank until at least 9:40. Doesn't mean you'll get an alert at 9:40. Today, you can see we got four of them very quickly. Some days, it might there's no people say, well, how many do you get a day? It really varies. You're not going to get overwhelmed though. I mean, I would say this is how many we have here? Six. I would say usually less than 10, sometimes only three or four. But you just wait for the alerts to happen, okay? And again, how you trade them is going to be up to you. Well, all you have to do is just save your layout, and then everything you've done here will be saved. I mean, it's probably a good idea just to save as default also. Right click and save as default. But okay. But what I was saying is now you've got this window up here. See, I've got all these. I mean, this is on my other monitor. Okay. So it's part of this layout that I load at 9:30. I don't have to do it every day. I don't have to I don't have to load that every single day. I just save it as a part of my layout. So when I close down trade ideas, you have some options here. At the end of the day, when you want to shut off trade ideas, you can click on file, exit, and this is the least you should do, okay? If you click on file and exit, then it's going to ask you, okay, do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then everything you've done will be saved, okay? And then when you load trade ideas again, this is your layout will come back. That's the very least you should do. All right, guys. Well, I really haven't been able to do it very much. Good though. Lots of questions. All right, QNRX. We've seen this. Wow, we saw this one a few days ago. Of course, got up to what, $42. So let's take a look at this. This is halted right now. Yeah, sorry. This is halted right now. This QNRX. Wow, APLM. I mean, this got halted way down here. Wow, amazing, isn't it? So basically, but this must have been leaked earlier because the news I have on it today is that. Well, let me make sure it was today. Actually, it was yesterday. Maybe on the third. Okay, actually, I might be wrong. This is what happened. This was halted for a long time, guys. This is a little misleading because that daily candle is September 17th and is now trading again about a month later. So it got halted on the way. And this is what the company said today is that they're reversing its wind up plan. So they basically said we're winding up. maybe a drug. I don't know what they do. It's a clinical stage biotech company. So perhaps their drug failed and they thought, you know what, we're just going to wind up. So it stopped trading a month ago, according to our chart here, and it just resumed today. Well, you didn't have to exit yet, of course. I didn't mean to exit yet. Yeah, hopefully you didn't exit right now. Okay. I just mean when you want to exit. Well, when you say where do you find it? I thought you said you saw I thought you said you saw this box. I mean, you should see it on your screen. Okay. Well, if you save it to default, that just means it's saved, but you're going to still see it on your screen. All saving to default means is, I guess, saving all these anything you've made a change to. Okay. So that means if you shut it down, if you exit it out, which you shouldn't do because you want to see it all day long. If you exit out and then you clicked on new and then premium AI strategy trades window again, it should be the same format. But there's no reason to exit out. You should save this as part of your layout. Okay. So don't shut it down. There's no reason to shut this down ever. Just have it as part of your layout all the time. Okay. Okay. Now QNRX just resumed, and man, I meant to show you this, but so the next high looking left is the 2 day ago high, which is around 1888, and if it blasts through that, traders are going to be looking at this crazy day that I got up to 42. I'm not saying it's going to get to 42 if it takes that high out, but I know traders are going to be looking at something like that. Boy, the spread has got really tough. 1850, 1894 now. It may not matter. Ooh, but boy, look! Oh man, look at the spread now. 1752, 1883. That's disgusting. All right, guys. So it's 10:30 now. Fast morning so far for me, anyway. So Bank of America released earnings. So some of the banks have done very well so far. Let's see what Goldman is doing today because Goldman was basically flat yesterday. Yeah, Goldman, kind of I mean, strange reaction to earnings. It got all the way down here, closed up here. So it wasn't. Yeah, it was actually negative for the day, as was I think J.P. Morgan, but others like Wells Fargo and Citigroup and some of the other banks are Amex. Here's Amex. I'm sorry, not Amex, not Amex. This is another earnings play. big telco in South America. Is the Market Explorer active? Um, so I have a question from our YouTube room from Christian. Are you asking me, is it active? So I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. I mean, if you click on new and then Market Explorer window, so maybe this is what's confusing you. When you look at this, you're thinking, oh, it must not be active. You have to right click in it, right click, and then this box will pop up. Select the strategy, another box pops up, and here are all the Market Explorer strategies. So is that what you meant when you say, is it active? Okay. And then if you click on one of them, here's the trade wave, buy 5 minutes. Now, don't guys, if you're new to this, don't get too overwhelmed by this. The Market Explorer was an idea developed by somebody who's not at Trade Ideas anymore, Michael Noss. I don't. It was just not used. It just was not used that much. They're still here. You cannot you cannot refine them. In other words, you cannot put your own set of filters in. I mean, it doesn't mean it's terrible, but that's why I never use it because I like to create my own scans. This could be sort of interesting, the trade wave on the buy 5 minutes, because at least you will get an alert when a buy flag does appear on the chart. But again, it's up to you if you want to use it. All right, guys, did it. I think I shorted on the Omer. That's what I was waiting on. I got underneath. I was waiting on this little move here. Give me a moment. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'm making a big mistake here. Whoa, that's why, sometimes, I was making a mistake. I was short and I tried to get out of some and I accidentally bought it more than I was short. So I'm okay now. I'm okay now. But I'm still short, Omer. Always a sweat, when you look at your P&L and it's not doing what you think it should be doing. So can you put an audio alert for? No, you cannot. There's no audio alerts for the trade wave, unfortunately. You just have to stare at it. Every 5 minutes, you could get something. Okay. So if you're into it at all, then you just kind of stare at it. By staring at it, I mean, so, this is on a 5 minute candle. So what time is it now? 9:35. So, or 10:35. So the last one happened at 10th. So you see the little buy flag right there? Now, does it mean you pile into the trade? Not necessarily, but that's what it's telling you. BTDR, little buy flag was there. Now, this is on a 5 minute. I'm using a 2 minute chart. So if you want, to have it perfect, I suppose you use a 5 minute chart, and there's the buy flag right there. It could be interesting. I mean, it's trying to get through the VWAP, but you obviously have to have some trading experience. Okay. And so you can see it's it doesn't necessarily mean you'll get one every 5 minutes. I can look through here, and so far it was every 5 minutes. But there are filters that have to be. I don't know what exactly they are, but you won't have to worry about low volume stocks, though. Okay, that's the volume today. This volume refers to the candle. Okay, so and then this relative volume also refers to the candle. But you can't put a price range you want. So here's Fluence. Let's take a look at Fluence. It's a super active one. 2112. Little buy flag came in here, but again, looking at the VWAP right here. All right, guys. Well, I escaped with some profit in the Omer. I mean, I had to keep watching it, of course, and now it's popped right back up, but got all the way down to 926 from just underneath. Got in around. What did I get in around? 970 ish. So, but I had to sweat a bit. I tried to get some of this Fluence, but I didn't get it where I wanted it. Trying to get in at 27. So it's starting to move. So there's a buy flag there. I mean, I'd rather see. I can see it on the 2 minute also. There it is on the 2 minute chart. So I don't have to have a 5 minute chart up and running. SLNH. Okay, the shady's in this one. This actually got a buy flag also, and breaking through the VWAP. I'll keep an eye on this one maybe for the balance of the day. Okay, guys, 10:39 now. So you see, here's the very making a move here, and it wasn't at the high of the day or anything. It had pulled back a bit, and now here's making a move. Just give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. So I'm just missing. I'm eh, excuse me. I was telling you about Costco, Cisco earlier, guys, and just got too distracted. This came up on my small gap breakout, and it came in my small gap breakout at 69.32. I mean, is it? These are not going to be rocket ships, but remember I said it's got a lot of room. And actually, I'm wrong. It didn't have a ton of room, but it still would have been a nice one. I mean, it had a couple of dollars. I'm just watching JTV. I'm just got my finger on my submit button, and I'm watching the time and sales, and that's all. Nothing magical to it in terms of the quick exits on Omer or anything else I do. No, I did not have a buy order set at a price. No, no, I didn't auto. If that's what you're talking about, no. Typically, I don't do that. The reason I don't is that I like to try to manage the trades on my own. I'm not. I'm usually never in more than two trades at a time. Okay. If I were in, 4 or 5 or 6 trades at a time, yeah, I would have to do something very differently. But I'm usually in, no more than two. Most of the time, just one. Well, it's not a market. I don't know how to describe. Not really a market order. I'm just watching time and sales, and if as long as the spread is decent, but I'm just sort of I'm picking a price. Boy, what a short this was, this PXLW, and there was tons of shorts available. What a short. Pixelworks company announced. So the reason, okay, so the company announced agreements to sell its Pixelworks semiconductor technology in China for 133 million dollars. So originally that was met with yay. I mean, this got up to $19, guys, and then whatever happened. Orca then said, "You know what? We hate that." Okay, guys, just waiting on. So that QNRX that got halted earlier, but it had a horrendous spread. The spread has tightened a bit, 1788.18. It had a horrendous spread before. So SLGB resumed. Oh, okay. So this is actually looks like this is a yeah. Okay, so this is an IPO today, guys. $5. So it's a little bit above the IPO price, and that's SLGB, a little bit above the IPO price. Let's see. You know what? I didn't have that listed. I'm sure Obi probably told me earlier. Just give me a moment, but I'll do the work on my own on my end. Come on. So at a China stock, guys, China stock, okay? So they can be the super active ones. So it's mildly positive because I mean it's just barely above the IPO price. Okay, so when I say positive, I mean positive reaction, mildly. In fact, I would say very muted. A lot of times, you know, if a stock is IPOing at say $4 or $5 and it opens it and it's at six and starts to run immediately, well, then you know there's some enthusiasm. Right now, not a tremendous amount of enthusiasm for it because it's just barely over the IPO price. Now, it did pop immediately up to 546, but came right back down. That doesn't mean it does not mean it's not it won't run later on, but right now, the big thing is can it hold at least 5? I mean, these can be fun the first day, you know. We've seen some wild action on some of these China IPOs. The first day, these cheap ones. And this is the quirk of this Halts resumes, okay? Sometimes I would say I'm going to put a percentage on it. 90% of the time, an IPO will show up as a resume. It was not designed to do that, but it just happened to do that. iRobot, I don't know why this still trades, but iRobot, it trades because there's still a market for it, but it's been hit hard over the last few years, really. But the death knell really was the Europe EU not allowing some kind of a merger with Amazon or deal with Amazon because this stock was way up here. Here's XCH, guys. This is this well, sort of. It has a German flag. Let's see if this one has some room now, guys. I mean, this 240. Let me get to the weekly chart or daily chart. All right, got room. Obviously, got room. Has room. 251 is the next high looking left. It's super active 2 days ago. Started at 95 cents and got all the way up to 247. Closed down here, and so it's now above that close. Trying to get above that close right here. Not a ton of volume, 300, a little over 300,000, but a lot of the volume came in right here. There was volume at the beginning of the day or at 1018, and then some more volume coming in here at 1048. All right. Now, let's see what happens with this market here. We're now starting to get a trend down. See if this transitions from blue to orange, you know, get a trend down. And also, let's see if the VWAP holds this buy. So if you're into the smart stop does not want to turn on for mob. Well, you have to click on a symbol. Okay. I don't think you can just type it in. I may be wrong, but no, I'm not wrong because it has to. So it has to be something you've clicked on. I know I saw mob earlier, but I don't see it anywhere right now. Well, mob. Okay, but okay. As I said, the AI has a different stop. Okay, it has a different stop. It doesn't use the smart stop. It has a different stop. You can see right here. There's the stop price, 1023. It's calculated differently. Okay. But Yael, you will not get the smart stop. Okay. You won't get you have to be like maybe. Yeah, the stop doesn't appear on the chart. Only the entry, I guess. I'm just looking here. It doesn't appear, but you see it here. Okay, there it is. Here's your stop. Well, mob. There's your stop price, 1023. You see when I go down here, you see how the smart risk levels is grayed out because that's an AI. So there are no smart risk levels for an AI trade. There are not so many AI alerts. I mean, if you wanted to, you would just go and put a price alert. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. When my wife calls, I must answer. Just give me a moment. Get my music going. Okay. Now, let's take a look at, where's that APLM? Wow. So, no, okay, so Yael, it it does show up. I just wanted to, make sure because I thought it did show up, but I see it on like the stop, okay? I see the stop for CSAI on my 15-minute chart, and here it is on the 2 minutes, so I'm just gonna look at mob again. It's possible it's just outside. So where is the stop for it? It is at 10:23. So right there, I can see that, on this chart anyway. I'm just surprised it's not down here though. Yeah, I don't know why mob is not showing up. It should show up because the stop does show up. Take a look at ABSI. Yeah, for some reason, some are showing up and some aren't. Yeah, I don't know. I can't answer that. ABSI, the stop is 444. Certainly on this chart, you should see it. Certainly, I know why. I know why. I think, yeah, if the stop is hit, that's when it's going to show up. Okay, if the stop is hit, see these three, the stop is hit, so that's why it's showing up. Okay, so it's not really a glitch. I guess that's the way it's supposed to work. All right, the spread is not great. I'm looking to short this Trex, the TREX, underneath 53, but the spread I don't like. Oh, I shouldn't have, dismissed IRBT. Nice. All right, guys. Now it's 11 o'clock. So, and it's Wednesday. So I think we all know what happens on Wednesdays between 12 and 1. I will confirm it though, okay? Sure Dan is not on vacation or something, or starring Timmy. Okay. I just always like to confirm. I was pretty sure he would. I think I saw some kind of an email that's saying that now they're also gonna, if you're going along something that wants the spy to be, positive or moving in the right direction, something like that. I'm sure he's gonna explain it all. You wanna go short, you want the spy to be, dropping at the time of the alert, things like that, but I'll let him do it. So, for those of you who don't know, so Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, he will start his own YouTube stream between 12 and 1, and he goes over the money machine in great detail. So, if you have any questions about the money machine, go over and I'll put the link in the main room, and also I'll have to do it in YouTube because he doesn't what he doesn't do is take over my stream in YouTube, okay? How do you get your chat off? Do not disturb? I don't know. I have no idea. Unmute? I mean, I don't know. Is it when you say you guys must have some kind of a sound icon, I guess? Is that what you mean? Okay, yeah, so that I guess that's it. All right, guys. Well, I haven't been able to do much other than that, short of OMER, and it's not because there are not a lot of opportunities. I've just, been doing other things. Boy, this, Pixelworks just got destroyed with that news. So I don't have the link yet, okay, 161. I don't have the link yet. Did, somebody say when in Dan's email, is the link there for YouTube? But did he have the link too? Excuse me, Bjorn, did he actually have the link? I don't think he would. I think he creates it just before he goes on, or maybe half an hour before. Okay, so don't just stick around 161, okay? I mean, we'll have a link, just don't have it yet. He does have a link in the email, okay. Do you, mind popping the link in? You put the text in. Yeah, it's gonna be almost exclusively on the money machine on 61. There we okay. Hmm. Alright, well, that might be it, is what I'm seeing here, but, not till noon, so don't go yet. Hmm. PINC now. PINC. The reason I'm looking at these are my small gap breakouts, either up to the downside or the upside. What is APLM? Yeah, you're looking at well, potential, of course, 34.88, halted at 33.93. So, this is the potential. Again, this number will fluctuate over the 5 minutes if it's a 5 minute halt. So if you're in this one now, it looks like it'll open above the halt price. So we're still getting this little trend down in the market. I'm interested to see if that blue wave turns orange. I don't like the spread of this one, 164, 172. I mean, it won't matter if it moves, a dollar, but wish that spread would tighten up. That's for the XCH. But I mean, traders are just looking at this. So the high or the close of 2 days ago was 168. So it's right a little bit above that close. Wow. Oh, that's APLM, not APLD. Okay. All right. Let me take a look at some of these ones on the way. Oscar at the beginning of the day was having a nice run. Okay, having a decent run, but now it's giving it up. So the next low looking left around 50 cents away. That's for the OSDR. Look at this one. This one, 8 races, AYPT, EYPT, sorry. INMD drops on news. Let's take a look at IMND. You don't have to tell us exactly, but was it some short seller or just other type of news, William? I know what you're trying. Well, and I'm sure you probably took the bounce. You just wait for these, don't you? Okay, thanks, William. Yeah, so now we're looking at 36. Okay, 33.93 in the halt for APLN. That doesn't have to open at 36, of course, but now I don't have the halt. It probably got halted around 11:30. Or sorry, 11:03, maybe a little after. So this is going to be more than a 10-minute halt. I'm sorry, more than a 5-minute halt. So it could comes right now. So if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, it'll open maybe around 11:13. I don't have the halt here. Imagine if you were in this stock and it got stopped on September 17th, and you say, well, and you can't trade it. It's been halted ever since then. So today, assuming that is right, and you're basically saying, well, I guess that's it for my money in this one, and halted for a month. And they were basically saying, we're winding. What I don't understand though is why it was lifting like this ahead of. Anyway, if you're in this one now, fantastic. Omer guys, Omer. Now above 10. Put the script for me. Watch the spy now. Look at the spy now. Trying to will that hold? Will the VWAP hold it as act as support? It means Omer hasn't won anything here. Well, guys, listen. 1036 is the VWAP. If it can get through the VWAP, it may go on another run. You see that purple line, or will it act as resistance on the way up? Oh man, I would have liked to have taken this perhaps down here, but the high yesterday for SNTI is 244, so that's too close for me. Wow, good for you, DJ. DJ, good for you. Now it had a big pop up here, to 40, almost to 40. So I hope you took some off. I mean, I'm not. I mean, it may explode again through all that, but got to be super careful. Look at the float, 920,000 in the float. Very, very low float. Surprise Omer is not showing up anywhere in the race. I mean, it's obviously he's not moved enough to be in this. Hey guys, big deal now at the VWAP area for Omer. Will it continue through? Because if it does, I mean, look at the room it's got. Today it's up to 1340. Not saying it's going to get there, but I think that's it. I mean, even the next high in the 15-minute chart is 12, so that's a lot of room. But let's see. I mean, it's just hanging around the VWAP area. Okay, guys, still hanging around the VWAP area. Price alert around 10, 10.50. Well, I'm just looking at Omer right here, my red line, my purple line. That's the VWAP. Doesn't matter almost what trade, what time frame you're looking at. Yeah, that's on the way down though. This is the VWAP. I mean, this is the VWAP without. Well, this is the same VWAP, 1034, and you can see right there. I mean, I'm eyeballing it. Okay, that purple line. I'm just eyeballing it. If you look for the real number, I mean, there it is in the single stock window. Well, see what happened. I did not really tear through the VWAP, but the market SPY is now threatening to go through. We have an orange, orange. The trend is changing now from blue to orange. For how long? I don't know, but I mean, it is testing the VWAP area. Okay, guys, Omer is right back up to that VWAP area. Okay, guys, Omer, I just don't quite trust it. I've taken some off. Okay, I shouldn't probably, but I have taken some off. I just don't quite trust it. It's a little for 60 million in the float. I mean, it's not low float, but it's not a high float. But it's acting like there's 1,000 or under a million in the float for me anyway. But the trend is up. The trend is up. Come on, get back over 1050. Guys, you know what? I have to look at this PXLW. I mean, we may get a bounce in this. I mean, the market is just hammering this Pixelworks because they've sold its subsidiary for $133 million to a Chinese. It's, it sold a subsidiary in China to Very Silicon. I don't think this is a. Oh, I don't think this is a public company, VeriSilicon. So again, crazy reaction, I mean, on it, I mean, the market cheered that. I mean, this almost got up to $20 in the pre-market. All right, well, just made a little on the Omer. I will look at it again later on in case it could be one of the late dayers. Okay, put a first alert up in this area, 10:57. Could be one of the late dayers in the afternoon. Love the name, Coot. I mean, this could be a late dayer. I mean, I think Shady's in it now. There's the VWAP, 393. So let's see if it can take that out. Very low float. Well, not a very low. I mean, 10 million. We're getting so jaded here. I mean, we think of 10 million as being a large float now, but of course it isn't. Where's the VWAP for this? 916. Why not? All right, guys. I took some of this, not the spread widened on me, the PXLW. It turned blue, the little buy flag right there. The wave is trying to turn blue, but now the spread just widened on me. I didn't realize, the float is very low, 5.7 million. Well, we'll see. Let's see if this basically right where I bought it. They do see upwards just a little bit. This is nothing like I'm going to be holding long, probably, because I mean it's still down 45%. It's still been beaten up. Trying to put a little bounce on it. Talking about the PXLW. I typically don't do this, try to play these bounces, but it's intrigued me. That's all. Got to watch it pretty closely though, because the spread is not good now. 815, 823. Need this to catch up. Need that bid to catch up to the ask. All right, catch up to the ask. one more catch up to do. 8:30, 8:39 now. Okay, guys, I have taken some off of this. Okay, wow, good, good. Just before it hit 8:25, 8:39, I've taken some off of this. The reason being is, I mean, it's still down 44%. So I mean, all that news is still there. It never was going to be something I thought would keep running and running and running. And also the spread, was not. It's tightening and widening and tightening and widening. So I just wanted to get some out. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:28. So in about half an hour. I don't have the link yet. Well, I guess that link above will get you into the trading room. But I know Pepe is going to come in and he's going to give us a link also. I know that, right, Pepe? And that is to at noon. Don't go yet, even if the link comes in. But Dan has been starting a little bit earlier. Is that correct? And then noon. So, just so those of you who don't know, if you're interested in finding out a lot more in depth about what the money machine is all about and what they're constantly trying to improve it. So you can head over to our not my YouTube stream, but there'll be another one created, and you can listen to Dan, and he'll be there from at least 12 to 1. I think he's been starting a little bit earlier than 12 though, but give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. All right, Miggy. We haven't seen Miggy. I haven't seen Miggy for a while. MIGI used to be a very active stock. You can see what happened a few weeks ago, a few days ago. Actually, I haven't. I didn't see it back here. I guess the volume might have been too light or something. Would have seen it here for sure on that day. So MIGI, where are they out of? U.S. stock. Okay. So guys, the market is starting to drift downwards. We're gonna have a day like yesterday, just the reverse. Nice gap up, and then we'll have to see. I mean, there's the VWAP. He's given up the VWAP now. Good grief, Omer is just all over the place. OMER, all over the place. Well, you might have bought mine, Goldman. I'm done with the XLW. Not down at that level though. If you bought it around the $8 level, then I mean, it in theory. I mean, where is the low here? Didn't even check to see where the say the monthly. Yeah, so the next low on a monthly chart is 672. And not saying it's going to get there. What did it get down to? Got down to a 711. Very close to that monthly low. All right, guys, CMC. So these metal companies, well, I don't know if we can be lumped in with the rest of them, but you know, they're just taking a pause, I guess. But I don't know if we can lump this in with the rest of them, like the rare earths and all. But it is starting to drop. Also, this is showing up on my gap, small gap breakdowns. Oh wow, and look at the market now. So yeah, what's happening here? Probably going to a lot of stocks like this are going to be looking a little bit like this now. Yeah, that's a pretty big bar right there. Kura. Take a look at Kura. Why am I looking at it? It's just over the whole number, KURA. But as always, look left. What do we see? Too close. And 28. Too close for me. Yeah, I wonder anything. Well, I'll get the SPY chart up. Sometimes my IV will. So 11:31. Traders circulate. Brazil to meet with U.S. to discuss critical mint. Well, that's not bad news. So I don't know. I don't know if there's anything specific. Now, you know what? Give me a moment, okay? Okay, just want to see if anybody's talk. I know there were some people talking. Come on. Oh man, something's going on here. Okay. No, okay, at 12:10, Bostic is speaking, and at 12:30, Mirren is speaking, and then 1 o'clock, Waller is speaking. These are all Fed presidents, okay? So now at 11:30, the 17-week bill auction. William, I haven't really been following this too much, but there it is. I wonder if that is the reason. I have no idea. I don't follow it that much, but that is, that's the 11:30. At 11:30 is when we had that big down bar, and that's when the auction showed up. Were you following it? Is it good, bad? I mean, obviously, I don't know if that's the reason. So, how do you interpret these results? Oh, it's not going to be here. This is so the actual 3.8, 3.7. I don't know how to interpret the results, but that's all I can see. That happened at 11:30. Was a big bond auction. I'm trying to get a fill on this short. Tons of shares available. It's not filling me where I want. So I'm going to bypass it. This is showing up on my small gap. I'm trying to take advantage of the market downturn, of course, and some of these stocks will move with the market. Ton of room underneath. Just couldn't get it where I wanted it. I wanted it at 31.50, and I don't feel like. I don't think. I just don't want to chase it. Boy, I like it though. I like it. Look at the room it's got. DIR, got a lot of room. Over $2 to the next low. And as long as the market keeps doing this, I'm sure stocks like this are going to be dragged down. And it just went negative. I think this is probably all wrapped up in, Darling Ingredients. A lot of these food stocks were moving higher this morning. Here's one that's not moving with the market at all. Las Vegas Sands, guys. LVS is an earnings play and it has room. LVS is an earnings play with room. Now, 50 might be a psychological number to break, but this is an earnings play. And, this is acting like an alpha stock. Look what the market's doing. Look what this is doing. Okay. So this doesn't care right now what the market is doing. Pretty steep. Again, I wonder if it was the reaction to the bond market. It's the only thing I could see at 11:30. It was already moving down a bit before that, but that was that was the big candle or the big bar. So I don't know. Now on the way down, now this could be interesting. FHN, okay, this is another. It's a bank, a financial company through the 200-day moving average at the low of the day. This is an earnings play right at that whole number of 20. Will it hold? Big float, half a billion in the float, 10 times normal volume right now up to this time of day. It may be the results of the bond auction. I don't know. The bond auction was at 11:30. The market was already drifting down before that, but that's 11:30 right there. There's the 11:30 bar. So I don't know. Maybe it's the result of the bond auction. I mean, yeah. Well, looks good, Goldman. I mean, LVS. All right, guys. 11:45. So I'm going to ask for the link from Steve because I think Dan sometimes shows up a little bit earlier than noon. You know what? Keep an eye on this EVAX. I mean, it's trying to get at the VWAP area. It's still up 31%. I don't know if I was there any news on this one. I'm not sure there was any news. China, it's not China. It is Denmark. That's right, Denmark stock or Danish stock. And the reason why is that, I mean, it's still a strong stock, maybe starting to bend up, okay? Low float, 6,000,000 in the float, so this could be one of those ones that, later on, as long as it holds over the VWAP is at 1051, so. Oh, please. XCH, I hope I haven't missed it. All right, guys, XCH, I mean, again, traders are looking at this, 250 2 days ago. That's what they're looking at. Look at the volume that came in. Even Omer's coming back now. Omer's coming back again. It's a challenge. I'll say that. It is a challenge. Might struggle to get through 2. That's the only thing about, this XCH, whole number. Might struggle to get through 2. Got right into it. Look at that. I got right, I think like a dollar 99, 98 maybe. 198. You can see if it can break through 2. I think that'll give a lot of people some, encouragement that it could challenge that high of 2 days ago. Okay, this is the link that I've got, guys. Okay, this is the link I've got for Dan when he shows up. He says it will be live soon. Steve is telling me it'll be live soon. So if you go there now, I guess are you in a queue or do you have to keep going there? If that makes sense. So again, guys, there is the link. I think that it'll be the link to get into Dan's stream. Steve says it'll be live soon. I'm gonna push it through too. It's just a number. Come on, get through two. All right, guys. You know what? I've taken some off of this, just in case it cannot get through two. I'm always worried about that sort of a whole number. So, but I'm going to try to hold on. It's gone parabolic. Look at the wave; it's way above the highs of the wave. So, is that the same as I've got? I wonder. Looks like it's yeah, looks like it's because I'm seeing here CEO live stream upcoming. And what does yours say? Mine is in the live section. Okay. And the difference is? Oh, okay. Okay. So this, I guess, okay, for YouTubers, if you want to head over and listen to Dan, he starts a new stream. There's the link for it. He hasn't started yet, but he will start anytime now. So would this not work though when it says upcoming? If you clicked on that upcoming, that's because this is the link that Steve gave me. Okay. Yeah. So so the link I put in there. I mean, it's it's well, it should be obvious, but that's what you would do. So he hasn't started yet, though it says 11:50 a.m. So he hasn't started yet, I guess. Anyway, you know what, guys? I'll take my break. Tell me when he starts. I'll take my break. First of all, yes, come on, take it out in a big way. Um, Let me just put my announcement in. Just let me know when he's live. If anybody is listening to Dan, I mean, it's 11:55 now. Maybe he's not going to start until noon. All right. Well, we've got a bid of 201 now and 204. So let's hope this is cleared. This will clear two in a big way and make a big assault on this area up here. Ah, come on. Who do I have to thank for that one? Might have been Obi. I think it might have been you, Obi, who just mentioned that it made a new high, and that I thought I had missed it completely. Who else? Humble, humble, humility. Waited on this one all day yesterday to see if it would take this out, you know? And it didn't do it. But that's why, you put a price alert. I put a price alert right up here at 167. Now this is a beauteous thing, really. I mean, now we got a nice percentage move. You can see right at the top of the leaderboard here. Ooh, okay, rug pull, little rug pull, guys. So is he live yet? So I can go? I'll do that, William. Okay, the stream is up though. Okay. Guys, I'm gonna take off, okay? I'll be back at about 1 o'clock. And so Dwayne, I will ask you again. So the link changed. Pretty crazy to have this link changing all the time. So YouTubers, this I guess this is the link now. I don't know if it's not the same as the last one. So that is the link. Okay, well I'm out of here. So Dwayne, I be a secretary again today. Notes. All right, guys, I'm back. I think Dan is just wrapping up now. Yeah, so interesting. It's not often we get an ETF that's halted, but MSOS. So this was the headline: legalizing just medical marijuana, not in general, but just medical marijuana leads to significant reductions in opioid prescriptions, etc. So it's still kind of a half baked effort, not the whole thing. Anyway, I mean, it's not like this said we're going to legalize it. It's just talking about it. Anyway, so that was the reason for ACB, who asked why. I'm sure you know now, William, but that's why ACB was halted, or not halted, but was moving higher. Don't often get ETFs halted. Yeah, poor choice of words, half baked. But you know what I mean, though. I mean, do it or don't do it, for goodness sakes. You guys have been talking about it for years now. There was other news. Okay. I didn't see the other news. I'm just looking at my news headlines here, and that was what caught my eye. Oh, I see. Okay. Doug Cass, I guess I know the name. I guess he's somebody who was followed. 11 million shares traded on that. How much on MJ? That's what we used to use. Yeah, so MJ is no longer the one. So MSOS is the one. A moment, guys. Man, oh man. I saw Omer, and what a move it had, and then right back down again. Meanwhile, Mr. Market, we're another yeah, this is almost the reverse of yesterday, guys. A nice big, pretty big gap up. Not as the gap was not as big as the gap down yesterday, but pretty big gap up. And then look at the drop. Well, actually, now that's about a 10-point drop. Not quite, no. 670 down to 662. Boy, SMR guys now cracking a psychological number a little while ago, 50. The low today was around 48. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. All right. Maybe I don't know. Maybe round two for us XCH guys. I'm obviously not obviously, but I'm out of it completely. Um, Very you see how see the wave, I mean, the wave is not great when stocks are volatile. You don't get, a great trend one way or the other. But I mean, the high today was 216. I'll put an alert around 210. See if it gets close to that high, and then see if it can hang there, and then start to fill in this void a little bit more. So, would anybody listen to Dan? Just out of curiosity, any insights as to liking what he was talking about, or getting what he was talking about, I suppose, is more appropriate. DJ, we talked about you yesterday. We found a Jamaican stock. I can't remember what it was, but some Jamaican stock showed up, and somebody said, "Hey," I said, "I wonder if anybody in the room is from Jamaica." And I can't remember if you're actually from Jamaica. Yeah, there was a Jamaica. I had not seen one. Oh, I know what it was. It was something to do with bauxite. I think we're talking about bauxite from Jamaica. It used to be a huge, huge deal. Not as much anymore. It used to be you guys used to be the world leader in, this is back in the '70s and '80s. You guys used to be like the world leader in bauxite, but there was sworn we actually brought up some stock from Jamaica. SMR continued down. What a wave. Look at that wave. Now that's see the difference between, a stock that is a larger cap stock? Yeah, I sort of read something about, yeah, the government trying to get it going again, but your equipment is so old, and or the factories are so old, it would require quite a retrofit. Oh man, I should have taken this just underneath that 49 level, but I didn't. So this is SMR, guys. I mean, look at the room it's got. Obviously, there's the low of the day, and then down here. So still positive. I mean, all the news about the reactors or the SMRs, very positive, of course. But with this market sell-off, these stocks are selling off also. They're not holding on to the gains. Well, this is the JP Morgan Chase vice chairman chiming in, giving us his 2 cents about the economy. Boy, oh boy, that SMR. Well, I'm sure they're all down. Let's take a look at which one is down the most. Which one is following the wave the most? Yeah, I mean, OKLO. They're all doing this. The difference is SMR is still positive, guys. SMR is still actually positive, where OKLO is not. And that's one difference I see. I mean, OKLO is down now 5%. SMR is still up for the day. How about Lightbridge LTBR? Yeah, so LTBR is down for the day also. My guess is that the only one that's still up is going to be SMR. Yeah, NNE down also for the day. I'm not talking about, obviously they've been in a downtrend, but so interesting that SMR is still positive for the day, though it is, giving up all its most of its gain, a lot of its gains, but it's still up 5.8%. I don't know what Diamond said, JTB. Yeah, so this is now just the reverse of yesterday. All right, guys, what time is it now? 1:12. So probably taking off around 2. William, I don't know if you already posted it, but what time today, if any, for you, keeping the room open? Okay, how about INVA? I mean, you can see, guys, these are obvious. Oh, a bit after 4. So who's releasing around 4? So you can, guys, like this is an example of an alpha stock because it does not care what the market's doing. This is this Inva. I wonder if it had any news. Ah, United Airlines after hours. Okay. So William will keep the room open till a little after 4 o'clock. So even if I leave it around 2, the room will still be the main room will still be open for a couple of hours after I leave. Well, this is interesting. Yeah, Inva. So the next high looking left is 1725. It's pretty close. If it can get through that though, 1790. Not a lot of volume though, 201,000. That's my minimum here is 201,000. Or not, my minimum is 200,000. My guess is that a lot of these winners probably doing this. Yeah, look at all these winners early are just, really well, Hassie is not. I mean, Hassie is starting to come down now, but HASI. You too, net trade in our YouTube room. Wow. Now's the time to put on my SPY daily and weekly to see where there is maybe some support. So, well, of course, yesterday's low was way down here at 653, which challenged the 2 day before that low. So, guys, if you're following the wave, you could obviously, I mean, the EQs or others, but you follow the wave on the SPY. Once it broke down through the VWAP, even giving it a bit of time to break down, taking this short, 666 or so, there's a 7 point move. Remember, these are all stocks. If you're seeing them here, they're still left for the day, at least 2%. So definitely bucking the trend. Dan was talking about iRobot. I think he said he took that trade. Just caught a few minutes of what Dan was talking about. Boy, this pixel works. This is just continuing down, guys. I mean, I may even take a short of it again. Not again. I went long, but this is just, there's a low today, 715. So United Airlines earnings after hours. So let's take a look now. Tough day to forecast, but okay. So it's still kind of hanging in there. It's still positive for the day, barely. As earnings after hours. How's Jets doing? Just the general ETF for the airline sector. Let's see how it's doing. Yeah, basically flat. The trucker, JBHT, so they have earnings also? Yeah, they do also, yeah. Been a bit of a downtrend hanging here. All right, guys. Well, maybe with this little market bounce, okay, and this is not a huge market bounce, but a bit of a market bounce. Maybe SMR. Well, SMR has bounced. You can see it's following the market. SMR is just basically following the market right now. Still, I mean, it's still positive for the day. The other ones are not. Now, I'm sure the other ones are doing the same thing, though. OKLO, yeah, they're all following. Yeah, so I don't know if you're being serious in that trade. You got a call and was told to buy. Who called you and was told to buy UUU? I mean, are you serious? Like, who called you to tell you to do that? And have you listened to the person before? And has it worked? How's that? I mean, I have no opinion. I mean, it's been choppy. I mean, up the day before, sorry, down the day before, up yesterday, down today. I mean, it's obviously it's a near lifetime high. Up here, I guess would be the lifetime high. That's a pretty big drop from the top, 27 down to 23. But I so who called you, and has the person whoever called you has whatever he has called you about before? If that's the case, has it worked out? Well, SMR had great news. Well, the whole industry had great news today. There's no question, JTB. You're the Janus project or whatever it's called. I think that's what it's called. But I think, with the overall market just doing what it did, it just succumbed like, yeah, the US Army launches the Janus program for nuclear micro reactors. So, I mean, that was the news. And of course, all OKLO, NNE, SMR, oh, TBR, they all ran. But once the market started doing this, they all dropped. But I am being serious, in that trade. I mean, who called you to say you should buy it? Yeah, you're right. This is a holding company that offers microreactor solutions. Okay. But it's doing the same thing. I mean, it's got up to $20, and at that point, it was probably positive. Yeah, I'm sure. Well, of course, it was positive, but like all the nukes, they're just doing this. So, are you saying SMR had specific news to it also, JTB? I didn't see it, but it's very possible. Other than just the general news about SMRs. Of course, having the symbol as SMR probably doesn't hurt. Well, I guess, yeah, FinFan Forever. If you want that T-shirt, not you specifically, but you go to Walmart and you buy that $20 T-shirt made in China. Yeah, if you don't want it, you pay $100 for one made in the US, maybe. I mean, I mean, obviously, I mean, I'm being very. It's the same thing in Canada. I mean, it's exactly the same thing. It's easy to say we shouldn't be buying from China or any other country that produces cheap goods, but I don't know, Mike. Homer just seems too. I mean, I thought at this point, right up here, it would try to hold that and just keep moving, and it just didn't do it. Yeah, long or short, who knows exactly. I mean, if you look at, I mean, look, if you look at the 15-minute chart, it looks a lot different. I mean, it looks like it's more in consolidation mode on the 15. On the 2-minute chart, like that's why I used to never looked at anything less than a 15. The only reason I'm looking at a 2-minute chart these days, well, these days for the last couple of months, is because of the trade wave. But otherwise, I would only have a 15 probably, because you look at the 15 and it looks like more in consolidation mode, doesn't it? So if it broke up over here or down under here, that you're talking, it's a couple of dollars each way, but that could give us an idea about direction. Gem, that's probably not showing up. It's under a dollar. When you say penny popper, I'm assuming it's under a dollar. Yeah, not a ton of volume. Only a million shares, a little over a million shares. Low float though, 6.3 million in the float. Maybe this is one of those ones that you look at a week from now, And you say, "Man, I could have got a whole bunch at 39." So you first, William. Was it really? Yeah, terrible IPO. My goodness. Terrible. We'll be saying this was an IPO back, well, here, I guess. Well, wait a minute. When? June? Let me go to my weekly chart, monthly chart. Yeah, here. I mean, it got as high as 784. Meh, 38 cents. Wow. Terrible. That trade, I don't know if you heard me. All right, guys, it's 1:32, so probably around 2 o'clock. I'm taking off. William is going to keep the room open. Late though today, guys, a little after 4. I guess he's going to wait to see what happens with United UAL, United Airlines, who release earnings after hours. So again, I'll always stay past 2 o'clock as long as I get some questions. NMG, okay, let's take a look at NMG from They Them Trades. Nouveau Monde Graphite, okay. Nouveau Monde. New World Graphite, okay. Ah, okay. That's why it's French. Saint Michel des Saints in Canada. Obviously, in I shouldn't say obviously, but probably in Quebec somewhere. Not familiar with that city, but hence the name. Well, guys, SMR had a heck of a bounce. Looks like 48.20 was the low, and we're back up right back up to 51. Oh, IMNM. You mentioned this one earlier, William. I can't remember why you mentioned it, but IMNM. All right, guys. Well, you never know. There's the VWAP up here. So we've had a fairly steady run, little red bar there, but a fairly steady run since what time is it? 1:15. Oh, the cautionary FDA comment. Well, didn't really hurt it, did it? Unless this was it right here. It is a year high. Wow, this China education stock has done very well today, up 9.5%. Just out of curiosity, KWeb, you really get affected by this. We're not going to buy your seeds or whatever, or your oil. Cooking oil, not oil, but cooking oil. You too, JTB. We'll see you tomorrow. Wasn't somebody trying to trade this one earlier today, DOCN, and got stopped out? For a fairly large cap stock, a little bit choppy. Hmm. Oh, yeah, okay, 43 times. Yeah. Good one, Monica. Hey, who knows? Maybe we've got an author in our midst. All right, guys. Well, listen, it's 140 now. Santa might be one. It's a big float, 136 million. I'm looking for some low floater that was really active that may have an explosion in the afternoon. Honestly, can't really. I mean, Omer is trying again, but I just don't know where you put a stop. All right, so Omer, I mean, it got up to that high again. I'm not even sure I'm allowed to. Is it a pink now? No, it's not. Still not a pink sheet stock. I don't have. I disabled my pink sheet buying ability years ago at Interactive Brokers. What was the one I bought a few weeks ago? It was a sub $1 stock, and then they did a financing or something, or it just collapsed. I got out with a, as Poe would say, the luckiest man alive. I got out with a minuscule profit, and then right after that, it collapsed. I can't remember which one it was. They had some news, and it looked really good, and it was breaking above a big resistance area. Had a lot of room to move on when we looked left. I just can't remember what stock that was. Probably about 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. All right, Omer. Are you gonna? It's. I'm amazed that Omer has not won one race today. I mean, it's probably the float. It's not going to show up more than likely here, but even some. They don't all have to be low floaters to show up here. Well, you can kind of see. I mean, listen, if it can take out this 1130, I think I've got a price alert around 1132 or so. Well, right here. Yeah, look at that though. Pops through and then just drops. Unbelievable. Not unbelievable. I mean, it's yeah. I'm not. I'm just going to let it go. I mean, this is too. This is stupid. I really thought this move right there might take it at least 20 or 30 cents. I mean, and it's not that low a float. I mean, 60 million in the float. You wouldn't I just but it's trading to me anyway, like something with less than 1,000,000 in the float with its volatility. Victoria's Secret, what are they doing? VSCO. Okay, guys. Well, it's 1:46. Well, I may as well not I was going to put myself on mute until 2 or so, but I might as well hang around. Market, yeah, nice little comeback actually so far at 1:15 now and 1:40, so about a half an hour. SPY has actually gone positive again. I don't think I've seen this one before. Leonardo DRS Incorporated. DRS. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Defense stock, I guess. Provision of defense products and technologies. Big drop. Pretty big drop here, 7%. Don't see any specific reason on it for it other than maybe the overall market, but it has not bounced with the market. I mean, here's the SPY, guys. And, this is not bounced with the market at all, either on the 2 or the 15. DRS is dropping because it is an overpriced pig. Not my words. Okay, William, that is your opinion. You knew that I know you know. Well, I'm assuming you knew FHN is an earnings play. I think I saw your comment when I was during my break, and you're saying that you couldn't understand why this was down so much. So I know you knew it was an earnings play. I guess you were surprised at the steepness of the drop. First Horizon CEO acquisition comments rattle investors. So I guess that's the reason. You probably knew that too, though. You did not. Well, now you know. All right, guys, 151. So getting close to my leaving you guys for the day, 2 o'clock or so, unless there are questions. Again, I'll just have to repeat myself. William will keep the room open till a little after 4, the main room. YouTubers, I have to shut you down. I will put my link in though, my homepage link where you can actually find how to get into the other room if you want. I mean, that's a big drop, 10% with that sort of a float. That is a big drop just because the guy is saying we are we're not done merging and acquiring. Yeah, I've got hymns on my notes from earlier today. Yeah, so if you think it's still going to go higher, excuse me, this is an ETF for hymns, HIMS. You'll get double the move. So if what is hymns? So hymns has to be up about 9.25%. Let's take a look how close that is. 9.33%. Okay. This has been a super active trader. You figure out a way to trade this. I mean, this has been a super active trader, both on the upside and the downside. I mean, this had the tremendous move here. I believe this was when Novo said they were going to partner with them or distribute their product for their obesity product. I think that's when this happened. And then I think this day they said they weren't going to do it anymore, or this week. Yeah, you're right. The beige book, I have that scratched down also. The beige book at 2 o'clock. Man, this has been a nice recovery for the SPY guys. There's the VWAP. Maybe we make a complete round turn. Speaking of hymns, it just won another race. Actually, it won its first race of the day. Thank you, Obi. Yeah, right. Can't take my eyes off that Omer. I mean, I have a thumbnail. That's why I know about it. I mean, I know about it. It's because it's thumbnail. It's starting to move again. But man, I think that was that probably crushed the spirits of a lot of people right here. That little move up here, getting up to 1139, and then right back down to 1070. All right, guys, it's 11:58. A little after 11:50, 11:58. My time. 1:58. Actually, it's only 10:58 my time. Oh, okay, Bill. Is there a way to plot or graph the TI relative volume? I have the simple volume graph at the bottom, but that's not the same. Okay. Not sure. So let's take a look. Okay, in the indicators. I don't know if we can do it, but let me just check the indicators. Yeah, so we don't have relative volume. Oh, we do have relative volume. Have you tried that? Have you tried that, Bill? Okay, try it. Try that. It appears we do have the relative volume. So so you can either put it in a new chart area or yeah, probably in a new chart area. Or if you want, I guess you can put it in the as long as it doesn't. I would probably try it in a new chart area just to see what it looks like. I've never used it. You know how to add it, right? Yeah, take a look, see what that looks like. Tell you what, I'll do it myself. Just want to I'll duplicate this and probably intraday is more relative if you're an intraday trader. Well, let's see what it looks like. And I will put it in a new I'll put it in a new chart area. Not sure you need, 2 colors, but I'll just do it anyway. Try to make it as ugly as I can. Hmm, not sure what this means. Okay, if it's not there, that means it's possible that this was one of those ones that Michael Noss created, and it's never been used. Okay? Um, Pepe, are you around? What version of Trade Ideas are you using, Bill? Because there are several here that were created and, they've just been left in. But if you don't see it, but I'm not even sure, even when I added it, I'm not sure what all these numbers mean. You don't have it. Okay, so it's not available. Well, thanks, Pepe. Okay. So not available. Even if it is available, I have no idea what this means. Okay, so a lot of these were created by Michael Noss a long time ago, and company just hasn't really got rid of them. That the ones that aren't available to anybody. Like I think this strength and pattern recognition. So sorry, Bill. You can run a race on it. You can run a race on increasing relative volume. Stocks that are having increasing relative volume. I think Chris has. If you're interested, let me ask Chris. I don't have one up and ready, but let me ask Chris. I think he used to do that a long time ago. Let's see if he's still got it hanging around. I'm pretty sure he used to have one. So what that would mean is if you saw a stock in the race that's based on relative volume moving higher, that would mean in theory that the relative volume is increasing. Let me see if he's still got something like that. Let me duplicate this race. I want to duplicate it because it's a matter of. I think I tried this before. I'm not sure. I really relative volume ratio, delta value. Well, let's see what happens. Okay, let's just see what happens. So let's see if this makes any sense. Oh, Mighty Mouse. Okay, well, well, that I mean, that would be increasing relative volume, wouldn't it? Seriously. I mean, this is increasing volume, and that would be increasing relative volume also. I'm laughing with Pepe. Um, Now, so that 0.11 in theory should mean an increase in relative volume of 0.11. But that's interesting. That's interesting. Just even to see the top one, to see that big volume pop. Oh, it's kind of interesting. So, Mighty Mouse, I am not a gold bug. Okay, so your question is from the YouTube room: do I think that gold is finding a top? I am not a gold bug at all. So I have no idea. I mean, look, it's so extended. I did read somewhere some guys are predicting $5,000. I mean, what is that? 4,200 now. But I'm the wrong person to ask. Sorry, but I mean, look how. I mean, look at a monthly chart, a weekly chart. Sorry, 309 to 386 straight up. At some point, you have to think it's going to be some kind of a pullback, but I'm just not savvy enough to know about when I think gold is going to have a top. Sure, people thought maybe here, maybe here, maybe here, maybe here, maybe you know what I mean? All the way up. Guys, this is not a bad little well, okay, as a technical trader, then I would say no. I would say, well, I would say maybe because it's so extended. But like I was trying to say, I'm sure people thought maybe here, maybe here, maybe here, maybe here. They'd all be wrong, wouldn't they? I think I don't know as a technical, I mean, there's no this is an all-time high right now, so there's nothing stopping it in terms of the chart, but you got to look at this. But again, I just reiterate, I'm sure people thought every one of these moves, that must be the top, must be the top, must be the top. This is sort of interesting. So this must be the volume. Or we just look at the top one. So when I say I'm the wrong person, I mean there are gold bugs out there that are just going to, they're so convinced that gold is going to 5,000 as an example. What is it at now? 4,200. But I mean, I have no special insight like that. Let's see what else we get here. The first one. I'll rename this. I'll wait. Well, I can see the volume coming in. So I mean that would definitely mean an increase in the relative volume. You mean this one? I this I just this time I'm well. I'm going to rename it right now. So these are, again, in theory, the biggest relative volume gainers from the start of the race. So relative volume here, 3.16. We saw one, well, the very first one we saw was at X EVAX, sorry, EVAX, I think was the one. So, I mean, and you're going to see a big volume burst in any of these then. So I want to wait for this race to start. Hmm. Maybe to look at this tomorrow. There's Shady's SLNH. Let's see. Yeah, look at this. Look at the volume coming in, guys. Yeah, interesting. I mean, we could run a race on the volume in 1 minute pop also, and then you'd start to see. I'm just running it on the relative volume, which sort of encompasses if there's a big volume burst. If anybody wants this, you can have it. I think I'll run this one tomorrow instead of the large cap losers. In fact, what I'll do is I'll put it side by side, this one. Because I mean, the theory is that if the relative volume or the volume is increasing, let's just see if it, continues. Might want to put a higher minimum volume for me anyway. Oops. Um, no, minimum price, minimum price. So now when I open the top list, you'll see I'm sorting. This time I'm sorting on relative volume. But what the idea though is if one of these is starting to increase in volume, relative volume, it'll start to show up here. So you see how that works, Bill. So that could be a way, but I see what you're saying. You wanted to see the direction in the last few hours. I get it. Oh, but isn't the point though to see something that is having increasing relative volume right now and see if you can take advantage of it? Yeah, so I know Dan was talking about putting in, say, the SPY has to be up, say in the last 5 minutes or something like that. The only issue I've got with that depends on what you're looking at, right? If you're looking at these sort of stocks here, that won't matter. But if you're looking at larger cap stocks, I agree. But these stocks here, they don't really care that much about market direction, unless the market is absolutely tanking. But typically, these stocks, I know these lower float stocks, they don't care that much about market direction. So unless you're going to maybe use a large cap version of this with relative volume, sorting on relative volume instead, and then I would certainly put market direction. But these, I don't think if you're going to use either one of these, I don't think you have to. Overtime. Okay, see, I'll stick around for questions all the time, guys. So it's 2:16 now. If there are no more questions, I will take off. So I'll start off by just, as always, thanking everybody for all the help all day long. The main room will open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow morning. Obi will open it. The YouTube room, I'll try to open it sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. I'll get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. William is going to keep the main room open till 4 today. So for those of you who are still in YouTube, if you want to head over to the main room, you can do so. I will give you the link. So if you click on my homepage link, Again, this is only for people on YouTube right now. If you still want to go into the main room, there's still a lot of people there. Scroll down a bit, and where you see trading room right here, that's how you get into the main room. Okay. A pox on you and your family, Perfect Circle. Trying to go biblical on you, talking a perfect circle in our YouTube room. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to take off now. So I'll stop the screen. I'll stop the screen sharing and muting myself in the main room. And now I will end the YouTube stream.